Hello, and welcome to Automat Live Coding. On this stream, we are writing a game automation app. It's something similar to AutoHotkey, where you can automate some repetitive game elements. It's fairly simple. You get access to a bunch of parts that you can drag onto this space here, and you can combine them, like a timer, which runs for some number of seconds, can activate another object. Loops are very easy to create. And actually the main way of creating repeatable actions is through macro recorder. This object, when you grab it, it actually says that it's looking for a timeline, but you can just press this button and a timeline will be created for you. Now, whatever you do is going to be recorded. So when I play this back, you will see that I can move my hands here, and my computer is going to perform the same sequence of actions. One thing that happened here is that it also recorded the button press at the very end. So it pressed here, this very slight blue line. Okay, we can barely see it, but it's here. It's here, see? It caused the play button to repress itself. During the last stream, we worked on a custom background, and this is an image inspired by... let me find this. By a work by this guy called Edward Narkiewicz, and this is the specific work that he did. I think we could probably tone down our stork image here. I think it's too large, it's too much in the foreground, it's screaming that it's attacking the frog. It should be more subtle. But yeah, I actually sent a request, a question to the museum if they can actually allow the usage of an art in Automat, but I don't think they even have the right to give me permission. I think I would have to locate the children of this guy. Anyway, this is a utility. Automat is a utility that should run kind of in the background. When you're playing a game, you should have access to, for example, your hotkeys. You can have hotkeys in Automat, right? This can actually activate your timeline. So make it smaller. So when I press F1, it activates timeline, which activates actually nothing because there is nothing here. Anyway, currently Automat is kind of a foreground app. You can minimize it, sure. It still runs. It will still do stuff if you press F1, but I can record a short macro so that you can see if it works. This. I can shake my mouse and probably also remove the padding from this macro because it's fairly long. So now I press F1 and my mouse shakes. I can minimize this, and still when I press F1 my mouse shakes. It's a fun, simple utility. I could actually hook up different timelines to different keys and have different macros available on different keyboard positions. Let's go back to Automat. So today we will try to implement a feature that is missing still. It's going to be the minimize to tray. Before we do this, I think we would have to do some design first. So let me maybe try to move my primary screen, maybe the other screen, so you can see the system tray. So this place in the upper right corner of the screen, okay, you probably cannot see this super well, but there is a system tray here. Yesterday, I was trying to figure out the API, how to do this, and I made a small demo app which shows a tray icon with a menu, and I can do stuff in this menu. Now, I'm still wondering how flexible do I want to make it? Because flexibility, I think, right now, is probably not such a good idea. What do I mean by flexibility? I mean, Automat is a kind of an object-oriented environment. I keep calling them objects, they should be called parts. But the idea here is that Automat could be more extensible if there were more objects here that would allow you to customize, for example, this system tray menu. So there could literally be an object that creates an icon in the system tray, and that object could be connected to some menu that will be shown when it's activated. When I figure out, do I have the browser? It doesn't seem so. So the system tray protocol is the bus spec. Interesting. And also take a look at this. Okay, so any program that displays a tray icon can, or not can, must provide an implementation of this class. This class is defined in XML because this is how interfaces on Linux work. They have an XML definition, and because of this they can be implemented in any language. And our object that we have it can notify system that title has changed, that the icon has changed. Tooltip. And that status has changed. Status string. So a faithful object to interact with system tray should basically give me access, give me the ability to override all of those properties. And Automat could actually have its kind of system tray logic implemented within Automat. So there could be literally Automat objects that implement the system tray. Most of them are simple. There is a pix icon name or pixmap or movie. Attention, movie name. Very interesting. I think half of those properties are actually unused. Those seeing that the status, it basically has to be set to active. Tooltips, they're actually not shown, at least not on GNOME. I don't know if attention or overlay icons work. Even title is even not unused. Same for category, ID. So let's follow this rabbit hole a little bit. Minimize to tray. Let's move this out because I'm going to take some space. So we can just add an icon. This is one option. And have some fixed list of options here. Like the list of options could just say quit. It could be, yeah, just like this, show, hide, and quit. Option B, we could try to model this protocol and give the user tools to roll out their own, to customize how Automat behaves and use Automat to write custom apps. So option B would be to create a system tray object, something that would allow you to control more precisely what system tray does. The problem with this approach is that it also would require more of those objects. For example, the many yeah. So in dbus there is a mechanism where every property, each object is kind of introspectable. So when you're looking at the dbus tree in the system, you can actually navigate this tree and subscribe to properties on different objects in the system. It's actually a very nice mechanism that I think Automat will include eventually. So the many is actually another object. It's this. And this many is actually kind of problematic because it has a very complex protocol. So, I mean, we would basically have to also create another many object for manipulating manys. thinking this get layout, this is probably the main one. So this is an struct, I think, with an integer, and I think this is a dictionary, string to variants, and then another array of variants. I have no idea what this layout is, what it means. I'll probably take a look at this implementation here. Get layout. Okay, list of properties and list of children, I see. Yeah, so dbus uses something like JSON pretty much to communicate, but you have those tiny signatures that tell you roughly what to expect. It's not particularly well described. The signatures are very simple, but they can catch most trivial type errors. Anyway, we would need to also implement another big and complex object that you would need to provide your custom menu. There is a method here that asks for the layout. This is an out argument, so this is a return thingy. So our menu must provide those functions, and it can emit those signals. The interface kind of makes sense. This is like, I mean, it makes sense. It's actually potentially problematic because if there are menus with a very large number of children, I think this method may actually cause issues because it would cause gigantic structures to be sent over. But only if the menu is gigantic, and they usually are not. Anyway. So this is option B. This is more flexible. It will be a lot more work, and eventually something like this is going to be necessary. There is also option C, because those two XML files that I shown here, they are just the tip of the iceberg. dbus contains hundreds of different interfaces for doing just about anything on your system. And I don't think it's possible for Automat to contain definition for all of those interfaces. It must be able to create proxy objects for working with dbus objects based on these just this XML or just introspection of other objects. So there is this option C. And I think the stuff that we will do early next year is going to make this dynamic dbus proxy objects a little easier to work with. It will make them feasible. So this will essentially allow Automat to connect to dbus, navigate the tree of objects. I can open dbus viewer. This is, for instance, how we display notifications. We connect to this object. So those are services. Scroll view here. There's a bunch of them. Once you select a service, each service exposes a file system, something like a file system. So this is what you see here. On the top level, you have two directories and you can open them. And this directory, this file system is kind of special because directories can provide methods. So this directory, if you connect to this service and talk with the object at this path, I call them directories, they are called paths. Those interfaces, those are basically interfaces which are provided by this path. So this is a status notifier watcher. A dbus peer, I can send a ping and get a reply. I can list all of the registered notification items. So all of the icons which are here, I can get them by reading this property. So this dbus is a fairly kind of nice mechanism. It allows you to look around in the system, explore it, and interact with it. We will need this because this is the way that Wayland works. Wayland uses this dbus layer for just about everything. Pretty much. And you have lots of options here, and the system bus is actually the more interesting one, because in system bus you get access to all of the system services. Like, I can talk with different Bluetooth devices using this dbus interface. This is insane. I can literally send messages to different Bluetooth devices which are connected. This one is disconnected. They're all disconnected. Yeah, so dbus is like a lingua franca of Linux. It's the glue that it's not used for bulk activity, but it's used to coordinate work of multiple programs. It's very nicely, you can criticize dbus. It's not perfect, nothing is perfect, but I like it. Actually, dbus has one property that I really liked about X11, and this is, it provides a shared space for all the programs on your desktop to interact, to talk with each other. This is the key to interoperability on Linux, this dbus thingy. So the way that a dynamic dbus proxy objects would work is that in Automat, you would have an object here. It would be a little bit like this dbus browser. You would pull this out and it would let you navigate through the tree of dbus objects. And when you find an object that you find interesting, you could yoink it, you could pull it out, place it somewhere, and talk with it. You could watch its properties, call methods, this kind of stuff. But today, we will just work on adding an icon. But these dynamic dbus proxy objects, the ability to browse through system services, this is coming. This is very much coming. Okay, so let me open map. I will tweak this background a little because I think I could improve this maybe a little before I submit this. Let's grab our stork and let's make him smaller. Like that. I'm thinking about some color adjustment. Let's see. Why do they make the background gray? This is such an awful design. This one is slightly better. It's interesting that when I do it here, it produces very different colors than when I do it here. Very interesting. I like these highly saturated colors. Let's see. I maybe do a little bit of both.
Kozitsky says,
What distribution do you use?
Hey. It's hard to say on Linux, you know. Every distribution will look the same if you use GNOME. So this is Gentoo. I am not a fan of Gentoo, by the way. I think I will be... sorry, Gentoo. GNOME. I am a fan of Gentoo. It takes a lot of time. It's painful. It's a nice distribution. But GNOME... I'm looking for an alternative. I think this more saturated looks cooler. Okay, that was just a small thing because I wanted to tweak this image just a little so that we have a nicer background. And quality, I will bump this quality to like 90% if it's my type here. Thank you. If I have a tiny image, 1024 by 1024, I can at least encode it with high quality. It's going to be tiny anyway. One more thing here, and I think this halftone shader that I'm using, I would like to improve this because right now it's using the white as a background. So this background between the dots is completely white. And because it's completely white, the dots have to be very dark and they create a lot of contrast. I think if the background was set to the brightest color in the image, then I think the dots wouldn't have to be as dark. They wouldn't create so much contrast here.
Gravity Plasma with Arch create good-looking and performing OS. Did you try?
I did, but this was years ago, and I think I will switch to KDE. It's going to be interesting. I always... first time I saw KDE, actually, when I saw people using Linux, I mean, other people than me using Linux, first time, I've seen that all of them used KDE. My teachers at university, they all used KDE. But I never really spent much time with it. I mean, I did spend a little bit of time with it. I really like the amount of features that KDE has. It's incredible how much it can do. My favorite part was the Plasma widgets, the stuff that you can put on your desktop. GNOME also used to have this, but they removed this ability a long time ago. I don't know why they do this. Anyway. Okay. I've just fixed this background so that I can submit this stuff. This is a new default background, which is now pushed to GitHub. And we can switch to system tray implementation. System tray implementation is going to require some extra work. So I want to use a library called SDBus CPP. I investigated a couple of them, and this one, it's perfect. It does everything right. Yeah. I absolutely want to have it. And maybe I actually can set this up. So the way that Automat adds new libraries is that for each dependency we have this tiny Python file that describes how this dependency works. So I will ask the AI to create, how can we call this?
IDEA is mostly used by beginners in Linux, or just for a simple and clear experience.
I would say GNOME is probably like the default one, or I think this is what most of the corporations and institutions use when they use Linux. GNOME is more for, KDE is more for power users, I would say. Because of the customizability and, the amount of features. It's a very capable desktop, I would say. Probably the most capable. What is this library called? It's called SDBus. I don't want to use dashes in file names. I could use dashes, they would work, but I think underscores are better. There is a library called SDBus. It's a slightly different library. Okay, this libsystemd, actually give me a sec, I think I actually have some code to work with this. This gatekeeper. See what's in libsystemd. So this is another library. It's obviously for controlling systemd daemon, but I want to see what functions does it provide. It has SDBus, daemon, device, event. How large is it? If some programs even bundle this, it's a megabyte. More than megabyte, actually. But I think it should come in. So it contains this SD bus. So this is a set of functions for talking with the D bus. SD daemon, not sure what this does. Maybe for talking with the SD bus daemon, system D daemon. Journal JSON, okay. Okay, this one, SD daemon, we want to have this because systemd is another important component next to dbus of modern Linux systems. This is the one that manages system services. We actually can use dbus to talk with systemd, but systemd I think also has its own control protocol. Anyway. API for enumerating and introspecting local devices. This sounds amazing. It's a replacement for udef. Why not? Doesn't sound bad.
Promiser Crater says,
Hope I got scammers online.
Nice. So what are you going to tell them? I'm not sure how to use this library, but I will keep this around. It's good to have something like this as the event, a generic event loop implementation.
I'll throw them into the Windows virtual box.
Oh yeah, so they want to access your computer. Nice, nice. You should try some reverse hacking, you know, get some Trojan very quickly, call it something important, set the icon to like a Microsoft Word document. Yeah, maybe that's going to work. Some Visual Basic, sorry, not Visual Basic, the stuff that you can embed in Microsoft Word documents that can take control of your system. Yeah, but thinking about this, you'd probably need some kind of time to prepare a reverse, like a proper convincing environment, so that they would execute your Trojan. Okay, this SD event is why not? Why not? lib e login d. I could use this. Sounds like it would work, but I think it should be preferable to actually have full libsystemd embedded. Okay, let's see if Opus can automate this. That would be nice. So we have a bunch of examples of how to pull in libraries. I think Tesseract is fairly recent. see what's going on here. So we have this systemd. It's not quite it yet. Is this? Detecting virtualization. Nice. Let's go to this repository. And what tags do we have? This. I think this link arcs is going to be added to anything that's linked. So what is LCAP? I'm not super happy about this lip cap, but whatever. I like that it disabled pretty much all of the features. We don't need them. If we ever need them, we can re-enable them. Our extension helper adds some functions here. Actually, I will name this to lib systemd. How do I list meson options? Yeah, we want static lib systemd, absolutely. Let's see. Dependencies, oh, that's crazy. RT should be lib systemd here. Am I blind? It's here. Oh yeah. Clicking the wrong file now. So there should be lib 64, I think. So somewhere here there should be lib. Hey, this is concerning. I see no library. What's up with that? It says there's only a static library. Yeah, definitely was not produced. Let's change this to true. It's not talking about lib systemd, it's talking about systemd itself. Okay, and all those things will probably disable. Okay, actually it is disabled. Link def share disabled. Link executor share disabled. I think we'll have to trace how this static lib systemd is used by Maison build. There's clearly something wrong here. I have no idea what this is. Maybe we need this standalone binaries.
Says, hello's big new jite. This is a reminder that TTS only works in English.
There is your answer. The bot actually blocked a question. The bot could read Polish, but it's filtered for other reasons. I'm using this keyboard, but I do not recommend it really. Oh, there is a bigger one. My problem with this keyboard is that the key switches, they have the rebounding issue, where you press a key and it presses multiple times. I went through so much trouble with it. Opening it, cleaning the switches inside, it's probably not worth it. It's better to get like a more modern keyboard.
Zbigniew Turk says,
Damn.
Okay. The other options here. Statically view def true. Yeah. This could be a problem. So in DDogs, they say that if we link lib systemd statically, yeah, there will be a difference between what Automat knows about how systemd works and what's in the system. And now it's still not here. So I'm adding those options by default. Default library equals static, prefer static true, prefix libdir everything. I only have dynamic libraries on my system. Which is, I don't know. Why is everybody so insisting on using dynamic libraries? They create so many issues. Okay. I have to figure this out. It's definitely possible to build it like that. Dbus for tests only. So strange. static compilation and standalone binaries. This section is probably what I should read. Okay, we are doing this. Okay, so this is a dynamic. So there is also a possibility that Meson is just making fun of me and creating a shared static library with a SO extension, but that's not the case. Okay, is there any more docs on this static thingy? No. In terms of this code, I think stuff should be fine. Also, this systemd actually just systemd. Does it have CMake maybe? No, it's built with Meson. Meson is actually bad at linking static libraries. We had this problem with Leptonica, I remember. I see Leptonica is built with CMake now. Search for XKB common is the only other file that uses this. But this one actually produces static libraries. Actually, this is produced, it's just not installed. Oh yeah, literally realized the same thing. Actually, I don't like this fix. How did it check the tags? I actually want to know what the command you used to check those tags. It was very useful. We just printed the Meson info install plan. Actually looking for this. Okay. Wonderful. And this will actually change this to empty string, maybe. Okay, so actually I think I will clean this. Build fast lib64. I want to see once again what is installed exactly. So we are getting the shared library and the static library. Okay. It's very large, but the final size is not going to be as big, I think. And this is not a release variant. Okay, this one is 4 megabytes. It's even larger. Yeah, it's very, very large. So large in this library. And the potential option here falls through peak and no peak. I have no idea which one to choose. I will just leave the true. True should be good enough. And this one I can skip. I change the tags and I just install this. Okay, it only added the library now. I don't see the PC file, the kgconfig, this one. I think this kgconfig is part of the devel. Yeah, now it's there. Sweet. I mean, not sweet. It's a little bit large. I'm just hoping that the linker is clever enough to strip it of the stuff we don't use. Actually, that could be the case. I think I'm adding some crazy options like the LTO. Maybe this is compiled with LTO. It's hard to say. Okay, so that was first of the two libraries. The actual one is not the systemd. This is not what we wanted. We want this SD-bus CPP. Okay, it worked on the first try. Amazing. There's just one thing missing. One thing is missing here. First of all, let's check GitHub. What's the most recent version? There's no point getting the old one. 221. Let's grab the 221. And blah blah blah, nothing important. I think we need to check this file, figure out which option do we need. Okay, this is what we need. SD-bus build code again. Okay, tests should be off by default. We don't need to include this. Examples also off by default. docs, yeah, we are changing to off. So this is the new file that we got. We can run it. And now we have a small tool that can generate C++ bindings for us. This is the next step, next thing that we need to incorporate. Ink. Okay, so here I'm just saying that this library, sdbus-cpp, should wait until this is complete. Download it and install. This is platform Linux. I actually wonder, maybe it's possible to build systemd on Windows. That would be fun. Okay, so now I want to take those XML definitions and do some code generation. This is our status notifier item. So need this. And this. Let me see how to use this library actually.
CP Chica says,
Automat side you win.
Is this some reference to ZX Spectrum?
Sidey? I would gladly revoke you PhD if could.
I never used this. Maybe let's try proxy.
It was so good they produced it for 48 years. Some manufacturers still produce it.
It's an 8-bit or 8-bit microprocessor. I guess by now those CPUs can basically run on like the power harvested from, you know, environment. Or no battery required.
Did Morgan Freeman just imitate black holes colliding? Gotcha.
Kind of. Or had a very... He's sleepy today. The TTS is sleepy. Okay, so I think what we could do is for each files in the dbus directory, we can add a rule to generate them. Yeah.
Speaking of black holes, When you reach zoom limit in Automat, and if user is so stubborn that they continue to zoom in, after it would be possible to play Big Bang animation before reseating zoom level?
Yeah, I think so. I actually implemented the limit. I don't like the limit because it prevents. I think the user should have the option to crash the system if they want to. I think it's a like sign of respecting the user's decision authority. If you want to crash it, you can. It will show you warning, but allow you. So I'm still thinking about this limit being a limit.
Zooms in. Too much creates new universe.
There was this nice. I won't remember the name. There was this esoteric visual programming language where if you zoomed in too closely, you would kind of appear from far away and zoom again. It had like a cyclic universe. If you zoomed out, you would appear zooming in and vice versa. It was made by Pasta Gang. This is the only thing I remember. They made a bunch of cool languages. I need to.
Sindevilov, be patience. You must have, my young Padawan.
Oh yeah. I guess I can do this. This is actually why I have TTS, because this is like the only thing that can grab my attention.
Sindevilov P says, it's 4:10 a.m.
That's sacrifice. I appreciate that.
I'm tired, but I don't know how to sleep.
This can be super exhausting. Not good to hear.
I don't sleep because I'm hungry.
I actually find the opposite easier. I think it's easier to go to sleep if you're hungry. I mean, for me, not for you, for me.
but I can't eat because it's 4 a.m. and there's no food in the fridge.
Maybe it depends how hungry you are. Because maybe there is a hunger level above which you cannot go to sleep. I don't know.
No, there's nowhere that sells food at 4 a.m. nearby. Night. I'm gonna try to sleep again.
Good luck. And good night. I actually can do it differently. I can do it like that. I will just put it here.
Before I go, have you ever read The Chaos, the poem about how English makes no sense?
Dearest creature in creation, studying English pronunciation, I will teach you in my verse. Sounds like corpse, corpse, horse, and verse. Sounds like Dr. Seuss a little bit for adults.
That's core. Core is pronounced core.
Core. Interesting. What does this even mean?
Tear an eye your dress, you'll tear. It screwed it up.
Tear in eye, your dress you'll tear.
Tear, as in crime.
Yeah. Tear, oh yeah. See, so English has those letters that I wasn't aware they existed until I tried speaking with some people, like native speakers. Like, one thing that English has is long vowels. And in my language, they don't exist. It doesn't matter if you stress a vowel, if you say it longer, shorter, nobody cares. But in English, this makes a huge difference. I was once on a plane trying to order tea. However, I was saying tea, and I have a tea. And they just couldn't understand what I want. It's crazy. And the written language and spoken language, at least for English, they are completely different.
This poem is good for practice.
Yeah, I see it contains a lot of very short words, but also a lot of rather exotic, like this core.
They're tricky ones.
You know what I can do? I can try to paste this not into any regular TTS, but into Suno. See if it can sing it.
AI will screw it up, probably.
Let's add the lyrics. Too long. Let's get rid of the last section. I think this would be a good rock ballad. Maybe I'm kind of influenced by the song that's currently playing, but I hear electric guitar there. Electric violin is also a cool instrument. Okay, let's try. It's using V5. I have no idea what is V5.
Yeah, just try to figure out the difference in pronunciation between an invalid opinion and someone who is an invalid. Eared it up again.
Dearest creature in creation, studying English pronunciation, I will teach you in my verse. Sounds like corpse, chorus, horse, and worse. I will keep
That was good.
busy. Make your head with heat grow dizzy. Tear an eye, your dress you'll tear. Queer facile, hear my prayer. Play console, your loving poet. Make my code look new, dear, so it just compare heart, hear and heard, dies and diet, lord and word, sword and sword, retain and
It's making so many mistakes.
Is it? Okay, I'm not an expert. To me, it sounds perfect. Maybe I don't know.
but glad. Now I surely will not plague you with such words as vague and ugly, but be careful how you speak. Say gush, bush, take, streak, break, bleak. Previous, precious, fuchsia, fire.
That's not argue.
Studding sail, choir, woven, oven, how and low. Script
Yeah.
receipts you, poem toe. Say expecting fraud and trickery, door to laughter and terpsichore. French, measles, topsails, isles, missiles, similes, reviles. Holy, signal, signing, same examining, but mining, scholar, vicar, and cigar. So
It's not Turpis Shaw.
The Tempest show was convincing, though. It's a foreign word, so it's not I guess the way you break it into syllabs, you should make this break before I terpsichore.
desirable, admirable from admirer.
It's terpsichore. It's confidently wrong.
Renowned but no knowledge done lone, gone untoned. One anemone, balmoral, kitchen lichen, laundry, laurel, Gertrude, German, wind and wind. Bovine, kindred, cue mankind. Tortoise, turquoise, chamois, leather, reading, heathen, heather. This phonetic
These are all bad pronunciations it's giving.
ninth plinth. Have you ever yet endeavored to pronounce revered and severed? Demon, lemon, ghoul, foul soul, Peter, petrol, and patrol.
Chamois dot.
Billet does not end like ballet, bouquet, wallet, mallet,
Not chamois.
flutter, not like food, nor is mold like should and would. Banquet is not nearly parquet, which exactly rhymes with cocky. Discount, viscount, load and broad, toward, to forward, to reward. Ricochet.
So you're complaining that it's pronouncing wrong, but I would say it has like 90% accuracy still. And the words that it's missing are so exotic that pronunciation basically doesn't really matter because they are only ever used in written language.
Crocheting, croquet.
No, it's screwed up core dot 4.
No, core was okay. That was very early on.
That's a common word. No. It screwed it.
Let's see again.
Dearest creature in creation, studying English pronunciation, I will teach you in my verse. Sounds like corpse, course, horse, and worse. I will
Course, yeah, it said course.
busy. Make your head with heat grow dizzy. Tear an eye, your dress you'll take.
Cause
Sure.
dot.
Yeah.
Pronunciation's okay. Rounded, whoop.
Not court.
See a friend and fee. Alive and live is your correct and higher. Keeps asserts, it rhymes the liar. Hue but hug and hood but hoots. Buoyant, minute.
It's saying it wrong.
Say abscission with precision. Now position.
It's not supposed to be cause.
Would it tally with my rhyme if I
Yeah.
mentioned paradigm? 2 pence, 3 pence, T's are easy, but cease, crease, and greasy. Core nice, valise, revise, rabies, but lullabies of such puzzling words as nauseous, rhyming well with core.
This is infuriating.
Envelope list
Please stop.
in a linen envelope. Would you like some more? You'll have it. Love it. David, to perjure, chic. Does not sound like check, but ain't it? Core. 2 pence, 3 pence, T's are easy, but cease, crease, and greasy. Core nice, valise, revise, rabies, but lullabies of such puzzling words as nauseous, rhyming well with core.
This is infuriating.
Liberty, library, even heaven, Rachel.
All the mispronunciation is infuriating.
Fascinating.
People leopard toed but vowed, mark the difference. Moreover, between mover, plover, dover, leeches, breeches, wise, precise, chalice. But
It's okay. We can also try the other variant. Let's try this one. So not typically when you ask it to generate a song, it gives you two variants so that you have some choice. Not too much, a little bit.
dearest creature in creation, studying English pronunciation, I will teach you in my verse. Sounds like corpse, cause, horse, and worse.
The same.
I will keep you, Susie, busy. Make your head with heat grow dizzy.
It actually made literally the same mistake.
Your dress you'll tear.
It's wrong.
Yeah.
Hear my prayer. Pray, console your loving.
Okay, I wanted to change to the end.
But close. Paradise rise, rose and doze. Say in vain, nay, but inveigle. Make the latter rhyme with eagle mind. Meandering but mean. Valentine and
Oh God.
and I bet you, dear, a penny. You say mania.
Inveigle.tool.
Which is wrong, say rapier, peer.
Not inveigle.
Archangel, pray, does erring rhyme with herring or with stirring? Prison, bison, treasure trove, treason, hover, cover, cove, perseverance.
So bad.
Rhymes but people doesn't with nibbled phaeton, payer, not God, no. Leon, psychic, Sean, bone, Sean. We down my own, but woof it and distinguish. Uffy was a brute, skew you, rough, woo, woo, boon. Was Sister Bowen, 2 in 2.
Yeah. So I hear your negative words, but you know, English is more flexible. It has more than one accent. There is Australian, British accent. There are all of the funky accents that people from different languages like me kind of inherit. And the best thing about English is that it's very simple universal language. It's so easy to learn. And I think obsessing about pronunciation, it actually gives me a little bit of pleasure to kind of to hear your pain hearing this. I think what matters is to be understood. As long as that's the case, correctness it's a natural language. It doesn't have a definition. If you're looking for a language with a definition, there are some artificial languages where you have well-defined pronunciations.
You can send this to an English teacher to infuriate them. Yeah, but the words are pronounced the same.
But
Just have lots of affectation.
English teacher in what country, right? Different countries have different accents. Somebody in Great Britain will probably scold you for the way you pronounce things.
I can't understand some of it. It throws me for a loop. The pronunciation is so bad.
So bad. It's called tab size.
Accents are affectations, but the words are still pronounced the same.
No. Accents also change how you pronounce vowels, for instance. and especially combination of vowels.
Slightly. Slightly. But not that much.
Oh, quite a bit. Even the length of I can mean that T is not being understood. Okay, tab size 2. Why is it formatting to 4? Use 4 spaces per indentation level. So this is the Python recommendation, so let's stick with this one. Anyway. Here, I'm creating this hook recipe, which is going to iterate over each of those files. And how do I add tasks here? And the step. So this should be a function to generate this file. Gen proxy. Then the dependencies. The dependency is this XML to CPP. Inputs and the outputs. Oh no, this is outputs. The first one's outputs.
Did you know diet and diet are two different words with different pronunciations?
Yeah, this is what I mean. I think saying this confidently doesn't really make it true. Even if there are people who came up with this idea, they are probably wrong.
The AI doesn't pronounce it right.
I think it could be right.
But diet is diet, and diet is diet.
Unless you're talking about diet, but with, capital diet.
Japanese diet is pronounced diet.
Yeah, Japanese has a nice structure with very... You cannot really stack consonants in Japanese. You always have this rhythm of vowel consonant.
But eating according to diet is correct.
Extension should I use? Maybe just H. Let's use HH.
No, but when you speak of the Japanese legislative body, it's diet. So we have both.
If it's an acronym, maybe, or a proper name, those can have different pronunciations for different reasons.
It's not. It's a proper name.
Yeah. That's... Nice keep name. I think I can.
But also saying something is invalid, inval ID, is not the same as saying someone is an invalid in vil-ID.
Okay, so we have proxies and adapters.
If something is invalid, it's for something being not right. Invalid is a rude way to say someone is disabled.
Yeah, that's true.
They are spelled the same.
Yep.
But pronounced differently.
Let's just use the name again.
English is dumb, but they're eating their apples there.
It's only if you interpret this too literally. It's not a designed language. And when people say some pronunciation is right, it's only because they have been raised with some pronunciation. It's more of a sign of limited horizons of those people.
No, it's the dictionary pronunciation.
Yeah, and it's different for every country. There is standard pronunciation for most words, but there are also differences. Same can be said about spelling. Even different English-speaking countries, they spell different words differently. And this is something that's even more dictionary. And dictionaries actually don't include pronunciations usually. They usually include word definitions. Pronunciations depend on region.
They do. They include IPA.
Yeah, but it depends on the region. Like in Scotland or Ireland, things sound differently.
That's not pronunciation. That's an accent.
Accent influences how you pronounce things.
It's separate from the pronunciation.
Interesting.
An accent interprets the pronunciator, not call.
I think you're kind of lost in the semantics. Should not be XML, should be XML to CPP. I hope this should work. This should create a bunch of extra targets. You have to click this very... Okay. Invalid suffix HH. What? I'll do this like that. A shortcut is required. Configuring pipe wire finished with an error. Okay, some changes that I made to this extension helper must be wrong. Apparently this one. Insta tags should be set to devel and runtime. So this is a debug dump, so this is the environment and this is the command. It's executed. Amazon set. this wipe argument, I don't think it would hurt. What is going on? It started after I added this section here, I think. Okay, I will do a fresh build. See if this works. I really like how fast everything can be rebuilt. I mean, how fast. And there is still Skia in the LLVM, but they are progressing. When, by the way, I wanted to open the dashboard. This is what was important. So somewhere here, there should be those files. Unfortunately, oh yeah, I commented this out. So that's why it's not here. Maybe even do it like that. Yeah, should not be proxy path, it should be adapter path. Maybe some comment for each XML file. Okay, Automat builds. And rerun this now. Reopen this. Yeah, and now we have our proxies and adapters. Cool. So on the map shows the build graph of Automat. Somewhere here should be the final binary. So this is the Automat binary. And this is all of the generated files. They are compressed here. So this is just a single dot, represents all of them. And see that we need to configure libsystemd, install libsystemd, get SDT bus, configure it. Strange that there is no get here. Very strange. Yeah, there is even the command line that's executed. By generating this. Oh, it actually wasn't. We didn't even pull systemd. Nice, nice. This is actually good. This is great. It shows that the build graph actually noticed that we are not using systemd and it didn't pull it. Nice. Check this out. Header guard, sure. It even has the namespace. I'm really surprised by everything working so far. Okay, and then the next step is to basically copy over this thing. I will create two very simple files, just system tray cc and system tray hh, because I don't want to pollute the list of files with unnecessary Linux specific details. Instead, in this file, there will be just a section, Linux specific section that's going to pull all of the necessary parts. Okay, I'll do this in a sec. Be right back. Actually. I have no idea what interface I could attach to this tray. Definitely I need namespace Automat. think maybe I could something like init system tray. And that's it. Let's just stop at this. Let's try to display something in the system tray. We need this. This is going to be Linux specific, so we are on Linux, then we need those libraries. So this one is going to be that like that. It says it includes a non-existent file. We should add this to recipe dot oh, and the name is different here. Should be org kde. Yeah, like that. This is concerning. Let's assume it's working. Do all of this, that's fine. Process setup, audio init, graphics init. Time thread, yeah. I think before we show the root window, this is when we should probably initialize the toolbar. Are we loading the data before or not? We are not. Load state. It's after window creation. It's bad. Okay, complains that this file was not found. I don't see SD bus being installed. Okay, this is definitely not connecting correctly. System tray, this thing, should depend on the generated file. Where is it? Here. Okay, I think we need this hook, SRCS. Even here. Okay. Now everything is plumbed through. I really like having Python. Python is so flexible as a build system. And those are compiler errors. Those are fine. There should be no pragma here. You know, there should be. Should be no pragma here. And this is a problem. We cannot have those throws. Do I have to enable exceptions now? Come on. I mean, this throw is in a macro, which suggests I could maybe override it. I don't think that's the case. Interesting things. Another protocol. Wonder who's using this. It doesn't sound bad. Nice to have it. could actually switch to this. No, I cannot switch to this systemd.json library because it's Linux, I guess, specific. I don't know. I will see if it's possible to compile systemd on Windows. That would be nice. It would be totally silly, but maybe it will work. Here there is documentation for this library. Yeah, it really hurts that it's using exceptions for error reporting. More exceptions. Come on. It would be nice to disable exceptions. Exceptions make the life more complex for the optimizer and for the person writing the program, because you don't really know how the control flow is going to behave. Okay, let's bring this back and see. Okay, we built it. Those are different signals that we can receive, and we will just ignore them. We could actually log stuff. So this is one thing we needed, then we need this thing. Strange. Does it exist? It does exist. So is what I'm going to do. Like this crazy definition. So this watcher is, I guess we need like that. So this is an abstract graph. The thing is, instead of including this file, I'm going to just inline everything. Of those private functions, only those overrides are necessary. And those configurations. Callbacks. And maybe using namespace for this namespace. Like it's not
has 989,072 says,
Math, could you change the background color if possible? Blue is making me sad.
Yeah. This one is kind of cool. I like... I guess you used a theme without any syntax highlighting. Very subtle syntax highlight is still nice. There were more of those.
Cool, thanks. For some reason, blue makes me sad today.
There were more of those green teams. Okay, one is cool. Methods. I need to implement them. Start with category. Category is going to return this.
Why is there KD's specific code seemingly? I thought system trays were standardized by the free desktop standard.
Oh yeah, I was researching this topic and there are 2 protocols for system tray, actually 3. So this is the old one from 2004. This is for X11 trays. And honestly, this is the best one. This is my favorite. This is the one, it's way more general than just system trays. It allows any app to embed other apps, app windows in the parent app. It's very cool. It's one of those insane things that X11 can do that was kind of lost to time. So it allows apps to embed other apps. And system tray is just one example of this. A system tray is just an area on screen where the tray app embeds the tray icon windows. Naturally, nobody likes X11, so it was replaced by this proposal called status notifier. However, it was never really approved. It's a draft proposal. It was proposed by, you can see people from KDE, but because free desktop is governed by a committee, the committee never accepted this recommendation. So there is no official standard. KDE instead went ahead and implemented their own version of this thing. So this, you can see that these status notifier items, they are prefixed with org free desktop. But if you actually look at your queue, at your dbus, so actually we'll find this free desktop status notifier. No, it's not even here. Yeah, it's not even here. So the KDE developers decided we need system notifications, so they just went ahead and added this. So there is this org KDE status notifier watcher that you can talk with, and it will actually give you all the notification items. And GNOME just doesn't have a system tray. They are just not a concept in GNOME. If you look at GNOME extensions...
Oh, that's why Vanilla GNOME still doesn't have a system tray in Wayland.
Yeah, there is this guy, this Evino, and he implemented this extension which everybody uses on GNOME. This is even included, I think, by default in Linux Mint. So almost all GNOME installations have this thing, and this extension adds support for those protocols. This extension can support this old X protocol for embedding apps. That works. And it also supports this KDE version that some apps are using. And also, one more, there is also app indicators. This is another protocol that also can be used to show notifications.
I think Ubuntu includes this by default.
Very likely, because yeah, almost everybody wants this. Like, tray icons are super convenient, super useful. If you look at the list of things here, you will see that some of the services in the dbus, they actually do support the status notifier watcher, but okay, this is probably published by this extension, because it actually shows this item here. Dbus is a mess. Some of the things that are happening here don't make sense. For example, there is this org gnome shell service, which is exposing a notification interface. I bet this is related to this service. I think if I disable this, it's still here. Anyway. But in dbus you can talk with GNOME shell. So I guess maybe it's possible to add those icons without using the system tray. Maybe it's possible to control GNOME shell more directly using those interfaces here. Screenshot, GNOME shell screenshot. Not all of those interfaces are actually introspectable, so they don't update the method screen. Which is a pity, but okay. Okay, what do we have? We need to override ID. It returns MID, which is an empty string. Okay, ID is passed in the constructor. Let's just return automat title, automat status. There are, I think, 3 values that we can return from status. What does the docs say? Okay, active. I remember I was testing this. If you return passive, and then notification icon hides. It has to be active all the time. Then there is window ID. Okay, so for now let's return 0. Icon name. What icons can we use? Maybe this, input gaming.
Automat doesn't have an icon yet.
And there is some logo idea, but the logo is very complex, so turning this into icon is not straightforward. I actually have an idea for an icon. I think that could be the eye of our Furby parrot. It's creepy, and if you see this in your toolbar, yeah, it will... For now I will just use some text icon, but I think the icon used in like toolbar could be this creepy guy. So we should use a symbolic icon, because symbolic icons are what status bar should use. I can use this. There are plenty of letters A to choose from. And we will just return empty vectors here. What's the point of curly braces? Can I just skip them? No, I cannot. It'd be so nice. And then we have tooltip. It's tricky. I need the code for tooltip. We will return empty string for tooltip icon name. I could actually, so I have a barrier running. I can see in dbus how the barrier system tray, what it returns. Let me just quickly check the status. So every program that connects to dbus has to appear in this list of services. This contains like everything that's connected to dbus. And every program gets a name. Most programs have well-known names, but some programs have dynamically allocated ones, like those. And barrier, there is a program I have running in the system tray. It connected as this ID 1.1909. It's exposing those interfaces. And I can see that status notifier item interface is here, and I can call this. I can check the category, ID, title, status, window ID. Apparently it's missing. Icon team path is missing. There is a menu. Item is many false. Icon name says barrier. There is a pix map. And tooltip. It just has title. I'm just trying to compress those awful type names. What's the point for this using? Should look like that. It's not an error, it's just a warning, right? Okay. This pix map T. Okay, this should return false. And this should return some path. And a many path. I don't need those types. Okay, almost everything. We just need... What's the issue here? Okay, maybe const. That's fine. Needs to be explicit. That's fine. Or maybe I should use the brace initialize. Okay, maybe like
Are you using Clang or GCC?
this is all Clang. But I think the C++ library comes from GCC. I'm not sure if I managed to swap this out. I remember I was trying to. I just don't remember if I was successful. I should have this context menu function here. Context menu callback. Okay, those methods, they actually don't do anything. They can just log stuff. Okay, so this is the main function which should connect to the bus, hook up those objects, and make sure we can display an icon. Some signals. We don't care. Creating connection name. This is important. Service name. Actually, I will grab this get PID. This could be useful. And I will use formatting to create a service name that looks like that. So this will give Automat a nice identifiable name in the list of services. And I need to include format. Okay, so we are connected. This connection, I should probably store it somewhere because this is a C++ adapter around SD bus, and it's probably going to close the connection if I drop this. So okay, when I run this, I should actually see Automat appear here. It should pop up in the list of connected services. Nope. Are we linking with this library? I don't see it here. So this is LLVM, crazy list of LLVM libraries. Tesseract, Astrigo, Pipewire. Yeah, I forgot to link it here. This is such a crazy command line. I need to open this in the editor. Yeah, we are not linking systemd here. I am including SD bus CPP. Maybe it has to be complete. Much. Racy. Okay, the regex does not match. Okay, I shouldn't use backslashes. there is a different way to escape them, and it's this. Maybe if death is causing an issue. These verbose doesn't really do anything.
DP Chica says,
Can't you use lip clang to chip away platform defiance?
I am doing this. I am actually calling Silang. Whenever I start the build, the first thing I do is I call Silang and ask it for the default defines. Something like this, very default defines. So they should actually be processed correctly. Let me just see if this is scanned okay. When I'm scanning sources now, something's missing here. Scanning system tray. Maybe it scans only the header, I don't know. And this is what it looks like. Scanning system tray.cc. Looks like it doesn't have any includes. Okay, this is not entering this thingy here. This does not work for some reason. should work. I have a preprocessor implemented here. This super clean regular expression should take care of this. And those lines.
C preprocessor made in Python, which itself is made in C, which itself invokes CC, which itself invokes CP, which itself uses regex.
Yeah. But the nice thing that we will do next year is that once Automat embeds a C-lang compiler and all of its sources, it should be possible for Automat to compile itself in memory. I mean, without even extracting those sources into real file system. So it should invoke embedded C-lang using embedded headers and recompile itself essentially. Now this is going to be fun. And I think, I'm actually not sure if this is going to rely on Python. Because this could be also done in C++. It's not a big difference.
Self-hosted malware stole. Incoming. I don't know what's the...
Okay, I reverted this. I want to see how this works. First, let's print current defines. Those are the default defines. There is Linux. And there is underscore Linux, but not with underscore as at the end. Okay. This is the issue. Now we should be good. Actually, no. Check something. There is Linux with underscores on... There are all variants, basically, of this define. Okay, so actually the processor has to have issue. Because the correct define is there. Okay, it says Linux in current defines equals true. And then non current defines equals false. This is interesting. Okay, we are finding this. Test passes. Negations are off. Else should be off. Okay, this is true. Oh, I see. I don't have plus in this regex. Yeah. And also here, I should allow pluses. Bad character. I need to escape it. Okay. I can escape it. That's fine. Oh yeah, it's not a range. Okay, I escaped the wrong character. Okay, invalid service name. This is our first exception. I just enabled exceptions and it immediately crashed the program. Okay, that's nice. At least we have an error message. I can remove all of those verbose in this here. It's working. Let's correct the name of the service. And there it is. In the debug browser, now we have Automat. And actually, clicking Automat causes the Qt debug viewer to crash. Nice. Yeah, I click it and it crashes. Nice. This is probably because Automat is not... This is probably because we are not responding to any methods. I actually think this is what's the reason. I think we need to enter some kind of loop here so that we can respond to requests. And this app is probably not used to applications that connect and forget about the connection. Okay, I will skip this menu for now. Let's ignore it. Create a status notifier item. You don't need to configure anything. And that's fine, that's fine. Okay, and what do I need to pass? Service name, which is this. That actually should show the status icon. Yeah, there is the icon. I click it, it doesn't do anything, but it also doesn't crash anything. So respect to the authors of this extension for not crashing if the app misbehaves, because Automat misbehaves. The menu that it shows is wrong. Unknown object slash. Okay, our icon appears and very quickly disappears. That's strange. It's still listed as a connected, but this is probably trying to inspect the object using this introspectable API. That's This is exactly what I'm doing. Actually, I will use this built-in mechanism because it's inner. I don't need to manage threads myself. Now, I think I need to implement this many. Do I have the XML definition? Yep, it's here. And this is slightly cursed interface. And the next one is going to be dbus many small letters. Try the this is called hallucinated by Lod. So it has to be cleaned up a little. It says file not found, but it will be found when I try to build it. It's generated. Yeah, now it's here. Getting rid of those APIs. We'll just hard code this many. I don't need to make this super pretty. Those types should be at the top. So much noise. Okay, trying to make the APIs slightly more visible. We need get layout. This is the main one. How do we do this? I think that was return 1. Oh no, it has to be 3. So apparently we need a root item. That's fine. We'll just do a switch. This menu is going to be hard-coded. The next is get layout. Okay, what is this? Maybe parent? And then there is property map. We need to return parent ID, props, and children. Yep. Okay, this will work, no worries. I think I will call this function recursively here somehow. I need this type many item property. I think this is actually a reasonable function. And to borrow it. Okay. This is our menu with no child elements. We have this get group properties. Cool. And the get property. Actually, this implementation seems like the only reasonable. My log data. What is going on here? This looks like the same thing. What it's supposed to return, this event group? About to show this method. It's called by the applet to notify the application that it is about to show the menu under the specified item. Whether the menu should be updated. That's fine. Should return false. And then about to show group. Okay, that was a lot of work. Now we should be able to display some basic menu. Cool. We have one item pushed here. Okay, I forgot to list the children. Maybe we don't need it for now. Yeah, the menu is removed very quickly. Probably I'm not implementing the interface quite correctly. Let's see what else is this doing. Let's log if getLayout is being called. I would like to see this getLayout now. I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. We're doing something wrong even earlier than that. Oh, I know what's the issue. Those objects, we are leaking them. So probably what was happening is that we've been... Look at that, getLayout about to show. Unfortunately, we are not showing anything really. But yeah, there it is. Functions are being called. Now we have a capital A as the status bar icon. So technically we have the system tray icon now. Just the menu. Check this out. It's even activated. It's nice that we get position on screen. That means that it should be possible to animate like the window appearance. So we have activate and secondary activate. So there are two ways, I guess, to activate an item. Double click, that's one. And middle click, that's the second one. I guess it will work differently on KDE, but have it. So the get layout was only called once. Let's add the child objects in the get layout function. the depth is set to -1. So -1 means that we should return the full many kind of tree in one go. Actually wonder how this would work if our many was super large. Okay, we have the many. Yes. Ooh. Let's ignore this about to show. This event group has to be implemented properly actually. And there is action called GTK quit. Application exit. Not looking great. Yeah, maybe just application exit. Or actually, no. What options do we want to have? We want to have show, hide, and exit. 3 actions. Memo search is completely broken. There will be no shortcut.
Drakumo says,
Hello, how is it going?
Quite nicely. I would say we've basically done what we planned for today. So Automat can now show a system tray menu on Linux. I think it should work on KDE. It's really obscured by the chat, so maybe you cannot see it very well. And maybe move the chat. Log this. Here we have the menu. There's a couple values.
Looking nice?
Yeah, and I'm still tweaking it. This quit should be enabled all the time.
Thomas Waisoka 3042 says,
Hi.
Hey. I've switched them to be USD type radio. Because I think maybe toggle state. I need to set toggle state. I think we can find a nicer icon for quit. I just need to find maybe some file explorer that doesn't crash. This is Nemo, it's crashing. This... maybe this will not crash. Yes, and searching works. I'm using the icon called application exit right now, and it's just drawing this ugly X. I don't know why. See, all of the icons here look much better. Maybe some of those SVGs are simple exit. Those maybe. A quit symbolic. I don't know who came up with those icons, it doesn't mean anything. This is apparently, according to GTK, an icon for quitting. Know this icon. I made a very similar one long time ago. Here. Yeah, this is the icon I made so long ago. Almost identical. Shutdown. Shutdown is the icon I'm looking for. Ooh. I have this rectangle now I can use to call this action. It's strange that I don't see this icon here. Maybe it's in... maybe I have it here. this is it. Thinking about this, I think application exit is the most appropriate name. Although this system shutdown, this icon is the most intuitive, in my opinion. It's the most clean symbol of exit. Maybe I will keep this system shutdown. Okay, 2 more icons I need. I need one for show and one for hide. Or maybe minimize. Well, this is apparently icon for minimize, okay. Those icons are not particularly great. They look nice, I really like the graphic design of them, but the meaning behind the symbols is obscure. This is the only good one for quit. The one with X is barely readable. If this X was red, okay, maybe I can use this window cancel. Okay, it's slightly better. It'd be great if Advaita had some good icons. This honestly looks most like minimization. Okay, let's see. Audio headset. Reveal. This is a good foreshadowing. Okay, view conceal symbolic. Yeah, this is what we will use. Yeah, they are good. They are very good now. For consistency, maybe I will find the icon for quit, which is also symbolic. Now this red kind of stands out. Let's try this application exit. Maybe it's not going to be so bad. The advantage of this is that I'm using the built-in icons from GNOME, so it's kind of guaranteed to be consistent with the rest of the system. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Is this toggle state? definitely possible to show empty circle. Maybe there are some properties that I'm not aware of, part of the protocol. We'll see what the OS, like what this extension that shows the toolbar is sending me. Requested type and children display. Okay, so the way it works, it first asks me for the type and list of children. Okay, actually this type should not say funny things. Should be either standard or a separator. This toggle state should be an integer. I'm trying to make this internal C++ model closer to what dbus expects. Less processing. Actually hoping that I will be able to show the empty radio button here, but it seems like it's not going to be possible. Oh, just FYI, YouTube chat is down. YouTube runs out of quota after roughly 5 hours of streaming. It just happened. Maybe I shouldn't show this menu option at all. Yeah, I think I shouldn't. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I have hide, I have quit. What other... Those symbolic buttons, they actually don't look that bad. I think they have been very carefully designed to look good at a small scale. This is like a global menu for Automat now. I could put lots of options here. Except it's not always going to work, because if you have a clean GNOME installation without system bar, it's not going to appear here. It needs the operating system to support system tray. I think some of those controls here, like pause, play, record, I think it should be possible to place them there. I also wonder... actually, I want to try something. Is it possible to define the overlay icon for this? I have this status notifier item. It uses this icon name. There are some... What do you call the emblems? I don't see any emblems here. There are some here. I put emblem read-only, for instance. How the icon is going to look. Yeah, I think this is just ignored. Yeah, sadly, no icon. Check one more thing. Root item. I put an icon here. it's not doing anything. I also should be able to use this pix map to send a custom icon, but this format text rich symbolic is actually pretty nice. It's actually not that far from the font, which is actually used in Automat's logo. I'm looking at silly icons, maybe something instead of the letter A. Application X appliance. This icon looks very similar to Tesseract. There's an object like that in Automat. This is a very generic, symbolizes something happening. On one hand it fits, on the other it's nothing special about it. And this is interesting. This is looking like a window being dissolved. Anyway, we have the tray icon. It's not hooked up to anything, so I think this is what the next thing is going to be about. The execution model of Automat has to change a little bit so that the window has to go away. I actually think the rendering thread is going to basically close the window. Automat doesn't really have a headless rendering mode right now. I think this is what's going to be necessary. And I think that actually starting Automat should allow it to start in this headless mode without the window. So when you just run the binary and the saved state says that, hey, it was minimized last time to system tray, it should stay minimized to system tray. It should not pop up. So that, you can put it in the auto start or somewhere like that and forget about it. Anyway. Okay, so this is it for today. See you on Monday. Yeah. Bye bye.